Alright, what's up everyone? Let's get right into it. On the roll quest, so now I can just freely do the MSQ. So, have you learned all small final days? Well, you see, then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt the newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Fortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alexei and Alphino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amoenus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. The province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Yustola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gathered, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. He also called the proposal issued by Master Fortunal to the people of Radzat-Han. Following the discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the town of Babel. Oh, right, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of the mysterious ship. Okay. Therefore, to secure safe passage to the harnessed refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alcei, Estinian, and Graha traveled to Galmor not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Galmor. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fontenot. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make up before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomena has spread to the capital. The others need you. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Alrighty, yeah. Also, I want to quickly check. I don't think I got anything from the last. Oh, no, I did. Okay. Yeah, because when you complete a dungeon, a leveling dungeon, well, not a leveling dungeon, but when you complete a dungeon, you get you get get a free piece of equipment, and I forgot to check if I got one, and lo and behold, I did. Wait, that is better, right? Like I wasn't crazy. Yeah, no, okay. Alright, where is everyone? Oh, okay, we're doing. Yep, okay, cool, let's go. You, and another moment too soon. Skies over Galwa are ablaze, but its events on the ground concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrive ahead of you. We cut the customary green short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship has landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Departing for several cutscenes. I was right. Yep. You're right. Yep. Yep. Yeah, don't worry. I got it. It's okay. It's fine. I got this. Early on Magna Glacies. Well, dude, it's Archdemon. Archdemon. Sorry. I'm guessing this is the Harnish people.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
And do something. It's Alphino. Hell yeah.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Oh my god, do we get to play as Alphino?
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh, hell yeah! Alright, I need to quickly read his abilities. Alright, restores HP, restores it. Shit.
Help is at hand.
Okay, that's AoE. So single target AoE barrier, high potency. Deals AoE, single target dot.
Those who can stand, come with me.
You're safe now. Easy now. Deep breaths.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Come on. Ah, fuck. Keep on pressing the wrong one. Damn, Estinian's not my party, so I can't just... Ah, wrong one. I wanted AoE, not fucking... Alright. Cool. Yeah, I fucked up my 4 like 3-4 times.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Don't. I don't want to die.
Yarr.
Let not a single fiend escape!
Let's go. Giannis is here.
Wait, that's
Guardians.
Eulus and the army.
Eulus,
So, you've
not
come again?
Giannis. You,
In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods of all possible saviors, the Imperial army.
yeah.
Oh,
I was saying Graha.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Was that a Verf flare?
think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Are you gonna use Vermilion Scourge?
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go.
Oh, I can play as Alisei. Hell yeah. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to learn Red Mage. The fire combo, Scorch. Okay, hold on. Okay, I have time. Thank you. The fire, the arrow, for stone, the flare. Repose. Oh, Holy Scorch, Crimson Saber, AoE. Contra, AoE. Embolden, and then of course, yeah, of course she gets the limit break. Okay, so I don't have the red mage gauge, which is good. Oh, you know what? Okay, this is weird. She doesn't have like. Fuck, I'm fucking up. Oh my god. Okay, she does have a cost. Yeah, there we go. I'm getting there. Oh, dual cost. Okay. Okay. I'm getting my bearings. God. The thunder. There's that flare.
that?
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Shit.
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
Oh, that was her LB. Okay. Isn't that like the level 90 red mage ability? What's up, kitty? You wanna go outside? You gotta wait, alright?
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palakar Stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh, it's like the cinematic trailer. Wait, what? Graha was the Warrior of Light all along?
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
And then Alpha Knight comes in with stage guns.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Top trailer music.
Oh. I can look after myself, you know.
Aww.
Everything's in order, I trust?
Sort of.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Yeah, tank for us, Graha.
Rio for the end.
Fuck is this? Ah, gotcha. No, I'm gonna wait till... Alright. Well, that was fun. Just hanging out with the boys, saving the world and whatnot.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The
people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well,
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Oh. Welcome back.
Xenos! Here! You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Are we all gonna fight him?
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You.
Don't do it.
You bastard!
Don't do it. You're gonna.
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then Perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Don't do it.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
That up. Now we wait for the payoff.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
Oh my god, character development.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you're delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Just say it straight. It's the idiot. Uh. My man is Stevie. Alright, be right back for a moment. Alright, what's my flying at? Okay. We couldn't save them all, but if we arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the first turned up. There's still time. There'll be a time later to discuss your journey to the first. There is one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Yes. Don't worry, Grahide. Oh, I should probably also take this off. Yeah, there we go. I should probably just not put that up. Like, yeah, I'll just say I'm back. Go in and be like, yep. Lena and Beglug both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact, but their advice is duly noted. Yeah, I wonder why. This is the contingent's base of operation, I take it. At the very least, I am glad our own members are accounted for. That the final day should manifest here too. After everything these people have suffered, it is fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. There is reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since we last spoke. Sometime I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. Yeah, no worries. To see Zeno standing there so uncarried and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they wouldn't incite him. I would say I hope they weren't incite him to further villainy. But to be honest, I doubt he remembers what I said. I don't know. He may look uncaring, but I'm pretty sure he actually somewhat took those words to heart. Anyway, good enough about it all. It's good to see you again. Also, I wanted to say when I came back, I had a thought of this. Wouldn't it be really, because I don't know the ending of this expansion, or yeah, or 6.0 I should say. But wouldn't it be cool if like Xenos was actually like the Shomaru from Inuyasha, and he had like a kid companion with him that he like somewhat protects, and then he grow as a character? That'd be fucking great. The fuck is that? Oh. Okay, it's a chainsaw side. Gotcha. Right. I know I want to. I should be continuing on with MSQ, but I really want to get this over and done with because it's gonna bother the fuck out of me. Oh no, rats at hand. Get mad. Like, if I just get this over and done with, like, I don't have to think about it again. Honestly, I should have probably done this off stream, but I didn't think about it till now. So let's quickly do this. I guess I'm going down. Northwest. Nah, let's go down first because we know where that is. a fucking monkey's gonna throw a rock at me. North, huh? That could be the hill here. Let's teleport and see if we just get closer. Northwest. Alright, so, yeah. Ah, of course. Southwest. It's either here or here, but I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's there. Well, let's check just in case. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be right there, and not here. As close as there. Wait, isn't that no, I guess not. Yep. All right. Let's not waste more time. Um. Be right back a moment. Fucking cats, man. Oh yeah, I want food. Oh yeah, I want to go outside. Oh yeah. Fucking hell. We have a cat door and everything, but like, nope. Take me outside. Oh yeah. I'm illiterate when it comes to cat doors. Oh yeah. Oh, B rank. Ah, there it is. Who would have guessed it would have been up here, huh? Eh. Oh yeah, I should probably like, you know, grab my my ranks, my hunting things. But I don't remember if you only unlock elites after MSQ, so I'll just leave it till I'm done with MSQ, and I'll just unlock everything. There it is. You're alright there? West. Best. Alright, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, let's just get rid of this, fuck it. No one cares. So it's either gonna be up here or down here. It's up there. Yeah, it's definitely up there. Hey, there it is. Alright. Now, I want to just quickly just finish off these, finish off the map, and then we can continue at MSQ. It'd be faster if we just... Just cracked my bones. Oh look, there's a Reaper down there. Wait, is this an up thing or a down thing? I think this is a down thing. Yeah, no, that's a down thing. What is it? Burning field. Is this an underwater thing? I think this is, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's just quickly see it, even though we have it. Oh wait, maybe not. Hello? Hello? Okay, fuck it. Fuck it, dude. Night's Watch. Alright, done. Okay, let's continue on.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
What's
But
wrong?
that's all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Of course.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Yeah.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Since you're not bound by oath anymore.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Hell yeah. Is.
Did you hear something just now?
What does your elven ears tell us? What the fuck? Why are you here? Pudding way.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Okay, I'm guessing they came from the teleporter.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Stop. Missed ya.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
You fucking idiots.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
What changes?
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom, not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more. Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
Man, that kind of...
Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
So yeah, Fortunal.
But are they?
Yeah, the Moon Rabbits.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be
Well
a member of
met.
the forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good man. Good to have you back. May thy disciples banish this darkness.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Hell yeah. Okay, we just teleported here, nice. I dare say Master Fortunate was as non-paused as we learned the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to Rustra. This better be voice acted, I swear to God. No, fuck off. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Ithras, I did inadvertently awaken in the Laportis a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Krile tells us that you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've used to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be far greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. What revelations did Highlands Elpis flower lead? Might want to sit down for this. And maybe a spot of tea. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. When an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. But if Hellstar is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be at. Wait, hold on. But if Alstar is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the Great Expanse. Well, I mean, the thinning of the ether is also not helping. So, yeah. Metian, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilization that she has been courting for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Etheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknownable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Metian. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Metian and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Metian escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vanar, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magic are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Vanar you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities of an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Etheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Metian? That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting. Yeah, don't also forget, like, in order to fight her, we need a huge, like, ether shield because ether blocks Dynamis. So, yeah. Well, mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Metean. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon who, wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communion with Highland must by necessitate come first. Did you, Master Matoya, have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ironvolt and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much of a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the anti-tower. Oh. Master Matoya is one of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Father was able to persuade him. They finally taken us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Towards Highlands, amendment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Roidus were to deliver the people of Theris from harm. Though that be the limits of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its travels. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant, they fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacies didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out: through the Rostra. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The Rostra reminds me a bit too much like the supremely scary tribe reunion on Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. Yeah, that's fine. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos to try and reach Highland using Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Van Daniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the empty tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result. She had a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand? After sending Grohan Nestinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Lycus Amoenus for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end? I think the Crystal Tower was of the first is capable of such feats as sending one soul to the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future Ion made, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral calamity averted, in this time at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetherius now. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostrum is closed to visitors. Sign of the 7th Dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the conditions you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Oh no, fuck, I ain't getting that.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
Pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on two conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
Yeah, where is it? Anti-Tower 2.0?
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
It's the Final Fantasy XI guy.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Damn, bro.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Oh, 49.50, baby. 49.50. Hell yeah. Unfortunate.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Hey.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Alright. Well, that went, pretty well. Oh, alright. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone who could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, steal a larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Of late, I have seen no signs of the reporters. This being the first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential of misadventure is nigh infinite. Perhaps if Midgar Summer was still alive, in the traditional sense, that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary space. Yeah, that's true. And again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. Yeah. further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. But from your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Vanar knew the 5 days would reoccur at the defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the forum's preparation to escape to the moon aligned so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn the forum's replacement for the anti-tower, though I expect that in time they'll share that too with us, and with Master Matoya if they have any sense. While I very much take issue with the forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Yeah. I miss Krab because this fucking idiot's in the way. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the forum's decision. I'll admit, bringing up the issue with the forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. Yeah. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means to communing with Highland and reaching Metean, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc was a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. Well, however, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Yeah, you're right about that. His father seems so eager to help, maybe we can have him educate us about the ether burner. Going underground, we're going back to Labyrinth by David Bowie. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Maybe Labyrinthos is the ship. They intend to carry everything in the Archeon to the moon. They said they'd start loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? Hey, we gotta repopulate the Earth somehow. Seems so long ago we first set foot here. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcome as guests. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Perhaps the forum believes such records could provide insight into the intrinsic intricacies of clerical duties, or clerical duties. No, clerical duties. Regardless, the Leproidus did not consider them worthy of any more than cursory glance. We have been granted permission to enter the lower levels as proof how of our increased standing. They had been willing to confide in us sooner. Yeah, that's true. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. It's been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. Some would surely object to the former allowing foreign elementals to have the run of the secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. Look at him go! Look at him go! Oh, he's gone. The destination lies in the lower fields. Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have a feline take you to the medial circuit. I should probably get my ether currents because, you know, I only have one. You wish to use the lift, yes? Wait, where am I right now? Okay. How fast can I do this? I'm assuming there's only like one or two more up here. Do not say south. Wait, southeast. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's all like down there. But like, I'm just gonna not bother. You wish to use the lift? Yes. Yes. I've sent your associates ahead to Alpha on the outside of Marital Economics. This is our first time being alone together. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. East, huh? But do not tell me it is up there. Where the fuck is it? Is it here or there? Oh shit, no! Okay, found it. It's fine, I found it. It's gonna tell me it's up north. Oh, no, okay, cool. Northeast. How do I get out? Oh, there we go. Come on. Okay, I should probably get that. Yeah, I'm kind of in a rush, so yeah, I'm gonna have to skip this, I'm sorry. It's pretty much gonna be here or here, it's one of the two. There it is. Damn, bro. West, huh? We'll be like over here somewhere. Southwest. Yeah, so it'd be like, yeah, right there somewhere. want a fucking wild goose chase, I swear to God. Oh, come on. Eh. Move. Yeah, sorry, but again, I'm on a main quest, alright? Where am I going? Can I go? No, Oh yeah, did I get a title? When I hit 90. Do I have a Reaper title? Is it cool? Okay. Shit, what was it? The battle? The character. Character. Um. Didn't receive anything. I just got. Okay. Cool. Maybe I get it if I get my artifact gear. Man, that sucks. What is my current one? Yeah, that sounds about right. Is there a new one? Oh, Dark Knight. Real Dark. 90. Nothing. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. I just have my Osmo mount here. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Fortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. Oh, you don't remember? I'm pretty sure Ferndale's his birthplace. Oh, poor Stinian. We must be close to the central circuit, where Charlene's greatest secrets are held. The terms I pursued told the whole story. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. I wonder what this place is actually for. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why, it near brought a tear to my eye. Damn, bro. Knowing the forum, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. Oh, there you are, having words with Master Fortuno by any chance? Oh. We had to wait here while Father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, by looking at Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept there. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as oh no. What? And left me behind? Actually, you were the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. He was fascinated. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural worlds to grow inured to the wondrous. I haven't gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Leproides in recreating a similar environment. I've come with a view such processes in a new light. Subterranean guides of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the hibernations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. It's no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetherius, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great Exodus. But that is not all. There's also testing grounds for the technologies that allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Leproides have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please, such is the will of the Forum after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. You want to go down? Yes. Fuck, there's one more. Alright then. Temperament environment here is not unlike that of Best Waysboro. The diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas, a welcome difference indeed. I've grown wary of the scent of carrots. I have no idea what makes Alpino so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume, a not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. Yeah. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. The farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes, artificial though it is. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be so idyllic. The sooner we can get a look at this aether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working on how to improve it. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Heidelin, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Charlene's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. Can I talk to Thancred? Oh yeah. Please tell me we're almost there. Is there another underground level we have to search? The even more central circuit, perhaps. This is the central circuit. The aether burner has been constructed not far from here. I've seen the work. It is Coil Dancor, after whom the forger's name. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars this way. Uh-oh. More north. Aye, more north. Charlene Hamlet. Charlene Hamlet. See, now this reminds me of Dravania. Orlance? No. Interlance. Islands. No. What the fuck is it? What am I looking for? Yeah, Giovanni and Hinterlands. How the fuck do I get up there? Wait, I don't. Wait, what? There's no way. Are you serious? That's literally... God's sake. A whinge. I hate the Ether Compass with a fucking passion. Hard. I highly doubt it's here, but let's go this way anyway. Pretty sure it's gonna be here, but again. Might as well check. Oh yeah, southwest, yeah, who would have thought? I wonder if I could see it from here. Damn bro, no way. The fuck are they glowy? Honestly, I was kind of close, even though I couldn't see it, but like, I knew it was gonna be there. Northwest. I wonder if it's over here. But nah, couldn't be, right? No, there's no way in hell that there's a ether current right here. Well, it's just not possible, is there? Yeah, go fuck yourself, game. Now I have to go all the way. Oh my god. Oh, you're testing me, game. You're testing me, Ether Compass. If I'm right there, you should have fucking... Whatever. I know it's trying to do the closest, but Jesus Christ, you should also probably think about, you know, the fucking... the X or Y axis of current location. So I didn't really. Oh wait, actually no, there's no point because. Get there. Something around, man. I didn't really check. I mean, it's over there, so it's actually it's probably gonna go around. It's gonna go around to the third one. Or is this technically the second one, and that's the third one? I just need to follow that guy. Am I nearly done yet? I want to be done with this. Come on. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, maybe it's possible. Let's take a quick gander. That's a big building. Oh shit. Okay, so it's clearly over here. Yeah, okay, well, I'm pretty much done. Alright, let's continue on with the MSQ. But before that, I'm gonna go take a... I'm gonna take a piss, be right back. Alright, I'm back with a cold one. Oh, where the fuck am I going? Where am I? Jesus Christ. Alright, he's ready for some more dialogue. We'll just get in the middle. Surely the forum hath already petitioned to the aid of the Laporters, given their familiarity with such technologies. I was expecting Sky Steel Manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. Here. While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors. For a closely guarded secret, you can practically see everything from outside, even with the magical barriers surrounding it. Is he talking to himself? Yeah, you got a problem with that, LSA? He hasn't even realized we're here, or perhaps he has realized but just doesn't care. The man we see. Try not to startle. Do not. Try. Whatever. Don't startle him. He's a Lalafell. He gets scared easy. Perhaps you like to break the ice? No, you man. It was your decision. He looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Is this guy
Think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
This guy Australian, is he?
I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule
I mean, he's got the mullet.
for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
He's Australian. What the fuck?
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Oh yeah, mate.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace.
Alright.
To tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Oh yeah, mate.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Oh yeah.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
Okay, then just do it.
Easily 6%, you say. But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporits?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Why, mate?
Do you speak of Allagan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Yeah, it's what we used to make the ultimate weapon.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allagan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Well then.
Aye, that's the stuff.
Aye.
No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though.
Oh, he does. Sort of.
We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity.
Uh-huh.
With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency will be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
I don't think it's gonna be that simple.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive cores from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need.
Ah.
According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
We'll get it. Fuck it. We've been down there before.
Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut.
Yeah.
Heavens, are you all right?
T9.
You look pale as a... Well...
T9. Oh.
Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
T9 is still hard to this day.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Oh man, what a cat.
What's all this?
Oh blimey, we're gonna get us some adamantite.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Your title drop.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Oh yeah, mate, Australian potatoes.
I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Australian potatoes.
Somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Alright, okay.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Like Silver 2? Question mark?
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
Oh yeah.
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
Oh,
Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Oh yeah.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
Oh yeah. Got some grog right here.
Arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye,
Just like that.
Just like that.
Hey, hey.
Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Yep, easy. Fucking dude.
Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Man, why the fuck are we playing our own character? Why aren't we playing Alphino, the real main character of this story? We're seeing our little boy grow up. Oh yeah, mate. I'll show you grog. Alright, righto. Ah. Well, that was cute. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the seventh upper calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Yeah, I know, right? Never more certain have I been that master. Oh, come on. That Master Louis Soir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring up. Just fine. Come on, Esteem, let him have his. Just let him have his moment. I'm confident that even the deadliest of elegant defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior, but you know what? I'd be completely fine with that. It means that I'm not going to be the one doing all the work. Just the most important work, that's all. Time and time again. It seems that elegance something or other are either the cause or the solution to our problems. To think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamoon will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. Fester to Lefroy and now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilzebub contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to the course when we first set out, but after seeing the example set by you, Alphinaud and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. Though Bahamut is long gone, the internment hulks are far from safe. It could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mericidian dragons. Nor is there any danger the old primal might be summoned again. Yeah. Even so, at Dessa there are still a fair few elegant creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friend's way. I only hope that grandfather watches over them. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilzebub contingent. In many ways, it was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse the call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Appreciate you all doing this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. Oh yeah, don't worry, mate. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link-pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, it best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that may be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters to your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah, Ul'dah's gonna get final dade.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Theurgeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade clear the way.
We're gonna raid as Pippin?
Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course,
Oh, hell
I
yeah.
ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future.
Fuck yeah.
You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
That was actually inspiring. Good job, best girl. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud, isn't that the God's Bow?
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
No, it's alright, just spam Holly too. Uh-oh.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
Yo, at least it's actually been useful. Papalymo.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalymo.
Oh my god, I fucking love this music. Makes me want to do, meanwhile on Kurthus, makes me want to do Cause of Bahamut. Was there any Allegan in Kurthus?
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Other than Azaslaw.
That was a roar.
dragons roar.
Wonder if oh my god, I'm forgetting her name. Not Tiamat's, the white one. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, one that's part of Horace Velga's brood.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself,
Fuck.
reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Come on, help us, mate.
Is that?
Urgent.
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Orban.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Oh yeah, the music's going. I'm confident that even the deadliest of elegant defensemen is so much. Wait, what? Hold on. Maybe? This shit's fucking good. Oh, ew. What the fuck? It's ugly. Alright, Alpha Gnome. On your mark. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? You already done more than enough. I say, though, I could use some more. There's a thing true about alligator technology. Oh, we got a man for ya, a cat man. You there, the lad with the rare eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more about the Irish score. Oh yeah, mate. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help out with preparations for the Great Exodus? Dude, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, oh, aren't you a bunch of helpful buggers? Boogers. If you've got a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is largely with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ah, that lot need all the help they can get. The one Lolafel that's actually cool right here. Well then, off we go. Or, yep, there we go. Do my senses deceive me? Is the shadow of yon corner? One can hope this leads not to mischievous undertakings. I suppose as I was learned the foreign plan to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork, so much as with a sheaf of documents that may not put a lens through it. What a quaint little settlement this is. Shame it is hidden underground. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate a bewildering maze of paperwork before they are permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Charlene's society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called Charlene and Hamlet. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much we can offer, but I dare say we'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Monty mentioned. Let's stop asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the E3 once our work is done. Yeah, I'm gonna have to skip this. I just want to continue on. Come on, let's oh, no. Okay, let's not open doors, gotcha. Silken grin. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner? Oh dear, things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few ligmines or whatever or what have you. The forum's got enough on the plate as it is, with what we've decided who gets to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about them. My heart goes out to Master Fortune and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Helping with the Ark, even with all the Power Master cockles. Why does the name sound so familiar? Final Fantasy IV, Kokol is a blacksmith. That would explain it. Because I'm like, why does that name sound so familiar? It's the guy you give the adamantite so he creates okay. Kokol is a blacksmith of Final Fantasy IV, working in Kokol's forge. Although he is a great smith renowned throughout the underworld, he becomes disheartened at ordinary commissions and refuses to wait. When Cecil brings Kokol the legendary adamantite ore, Kokol becomes so excited he agrees to reforge Cecil's Mythgraven blade for free. Once the party has visited the Red Moon, Kokol will give them the reforged Excalibur. So that's how you, yeah. So this guy is pretty much the reference, or like the NPC, well, not from 4, but it's, yeah, a reference to 4. And he needs adamantite. Now I hear the fun days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd gone the Exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we didn't fulfill our duty. There'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. But for now, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly a list of things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do have the not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like a beheaded rabbit that ran by. Like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. She female? Yes. Wow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Sorry, didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for having those Loporos attack you. They're really misunderstanding that. Not to worry though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administrated. Obey you know your will, well, perhaps a little, on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most anyway. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion in the Cotorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see? This taught me the finer points in cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard to pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he would show me how to bake an Archon Life R. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, nope. I shall make enough to last the whole. Nope. What joy to sample the delights of Aetherius. It would appear that Loporritus have infiltrated Sharlayan's most heavily guarded facility. How? I know not. Fancy menu here. Our friends in the forum brought us the teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. We've really interested in Aetherius itself. Aetherius itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We're hoping for the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chance upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Uh-oh. If you're too busy to show us the sights, we'll find other ways to keep ourselves amused, don't you worry. So of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given similarities betwixt the artificial environment and best way burrows, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporritus acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by the Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening the perspectives. Mayhap thou art be best suited to lead this adventure. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Yes, the what's it. Shall leave its explanation to him. Wait. Wait, what? No. Urianger, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? You know what? I'm not explaining that. This is all very intriguing, I'm sure. But where are the food preparation stations? What was your word for it? Kitchens. That reminds me, Pudding Way. Newly appointed chief of pudding research discipline, he himself found it after sampling Urianger's delights. He's gone in search for Aetherius' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it is a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him? My word, what magnificent architecture, such immaculate curvature. To make several adjustments to my work farm to match this degree of craftsmanship, to leave no corner unrounded. Considering insinuating growing way specialties, I expect them to pay full attention to explanation, which I'm sure will be most informative. Loporritus technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. it would be wise to follow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. Unless that is unbeknownst to me that I possess a supply knowledge concerning the construction and operation of Van Schalen posits. Fuck off. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magic is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to the most important features? Thanks. Yeah, you like this? It looks like the trees in Greatest Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. It's quite tall for something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense, that's where we store the water. Oh, okay. It's a little hard to see from here, but it's gone pipe connected to the top of those tanks. You can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be purifying water drawn upon from below. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're good. Yo, what are you doing here? You spotted an Ambisoma, an especially lively one. It's the exact same one. It's the exact same one. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world somehow. Oh, it's the exact same one. I'm calling it. Wait. Wait. Scary. Alright, what am I missing? Metallic tube. Is that what I hear from inside the great big tube? It must be because those cogs and that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Damn, they're good. Oompa Loompa. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. Right, aren't I? Yep. I knew it. It's designed brilliant in its simplicity. I'd say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. Trust Loperoides, that is. Operators. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Aetherius sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Oh. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear. I'm worried we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear that they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, but once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual, it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphonse spoke of the machinery responsible for that feed during our journey through did he not? I hope the Laportus will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean you have braved the untamed wilderness? Valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think that we have become. I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, laborious may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Mine imposed upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Alpha. For my part, I shall act as an escort to living way and cooking way, and trust singing way and growing way to thy care. More valiant protected they could not wish for. Godspeed. Come on, Archibalds, let's go. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, growing way. To the water extraction was it? I'm feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties were not nearly as delicious as we might feel. I say, that fiend had a minor feast on roasted rabbit. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction was as worth these harrowing experiences. A pot of fire, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Let's get moving. That building looks nice and solid and safe. It was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly were we planning to head back later? I'll just teleport. You've done well to see those two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I couldn't help noticing a distinct lack of carrots along the way. Many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. Ah, you saw it right. Friends, I bid you welcome to the Alpha. Destination Delphi at the glyph's top. Pray, follow me. That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was most pleasant than what's name Golemon. As a first impression of Aetherius, it was far from favorable. Anyway, onwards and upwards, quite literally, as is the case here. I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely. Nope. Yep. Nope. On this occasion, it would behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of schematics or other useful documentation should the laboratories request them. As for the forms of steam gas, it is unlikely that they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as the changeable disposition of Shaolin Puricats. Yeah, the shit. God's sakes. Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, take place. A perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential for when we start looking for new stars of your kind, for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're very lucky with Aetherius, just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Yeah, tell me about it. Or did mankind turn out that way because they are... Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing sort of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Cooking way. Cook. It's all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Merrill Ergonomics. As I mentioned, Sinway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Would thou be so kind to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see first on some of the delicacies, yeah, Oriange was telling me about. I was having a hard time with that fucking word. Even this incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, description cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetherius will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. So this is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. Ideally love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Yep. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Oh no, I'm going on a date with Cooking Way. Keep up, little one. Look at him go. Look at him go. What a fine mess this is. It's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. Down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Nope. Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Do you want some grapes? Got any grapes? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. Especially a little sour. So sweet, so sour, the taste is much like ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar. Though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. I don't eat too much. Well, that certainly gives me food for thought, though in far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion on grapes? Yeah, we can make wine out of them. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. What's this? Oranges? Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first? The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary, but simply cannot find words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. I see why you all turn your noses up to the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are still in my estimation. And no one say I've said otherwise. Oh, but speaking of carrots, I've yet to example any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Color, a texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, they're pumpkins. Or in that case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Yeah, so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood, but that's all but confirms that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense will try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. Above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plants matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious, how about that yellow fruit over yonder? Lemon? Please tell me it's lemons. It's lemons. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it will have flavor to match. I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. Get fucked, rabbit. My tongue. Is this poison? Lemons. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Heck, it may be sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our fowls and return to the others. He just got lemoned. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored by the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And there was the lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spend this opportunity to... Oof. What a bit of stick came up there. Oh, fucking hell. A bit of sick came up there. Learn more than your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. Gonna fucking love it. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemons in its natural state. It has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. Yeah, like pumpkin. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. Sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. No, we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonize over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Our choices, but make them we must, if we're to survive. It's that strength of will. Now I know what Highland sees in your kind. Mankind. The Laportus, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek out to eliminate all forms of negative and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. This is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Yeah, pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about, and who are you anyway? Cookingway at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. Don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? No. Oh, there you are, Hyorn. Have the others finished talking about rainmaking wasits yet? Where have you and Cookingway been? The two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature. You should have taken me, too. I'm the leader, after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all manner of metaphorical... not metaphorical, meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it will be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Cooking Way's broad grin. I assume your excursion was a roaring success? It's the most enlightening, especially the part with all the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places named for their cuisines? With that, I have time to visit, so the more I learn of the theories, the more I wish I could have spare from the final days. Alas, Highlands was art to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. There you go, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh! Sage Council, but I'm not Sage. Trust my time in, Mayor Ergonomics did cough. Bear fruit. Man, he's got a fucking funny bone all of a sudden. Don't you, Urian J? Our own efforts too were rewarded. Now we possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guest's relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Last time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every report there. Should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular I was hoping to go. Simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say? Why do I not ask Jarek to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. That was ever so delightful, and this much information I can fine-tune the various environs to your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature setting for beans so lacking in fur. Uh, the Laportus wants one for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. Sigh. Yes, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. You want to know why? Because you're bored. Because I saw the reconstruction environment data for Theris Alpha, that's why. Forest so lovely and so leafy. Oh, your forest is like that? uh gasp, I say. The star's so wonderful, it comes to no surprise that you're so reluctant to leave it behind. It was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. The works are no less worthy in their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Then grid. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Our operations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming world. I have the forum leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though. Quite the opposite. When disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided in our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten the burden. Me? But be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. See, these should have been the bunny boys that we got, not the other ones. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of help in pawn. Perhaps you might start with him? It's a good place as any. Come. When Uber Danger tells you to come. Oh, it is up there. Ow. Oh, can I help you? Is you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they serve the ship. That is the sum of decades of showering ingenuity that's built with peerless, elegant technology. Is all true, but I know, that none of that's a guaranteed. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be boarded on the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? What if it doesn't? It could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it highly matters. We thought the ether bonus design was flawless too, but look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Ability to walk about and perform our task for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity. Oh. Gravity, as in the astrologian spell? The spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've looked the star? Gravitation, maybe I can be a help after all. Up there, there's no different from down there, you see. The same rule applies, and if you consider them part of the great big cosmos rather than separate places. Gravity. Backbird Pies shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others will benefit from insights born of experience. Might it prevail upon the Leproiders to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetherius. Learn more about them while we're at it. Yeah! Let's go! Full glad am I to hear. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, and I might introduce each a suitable suitable rabbit. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Leporiot, and every Leporiot in that place. Alright, so that's 8, okay. Come on. Come on. There we go. Apologies, but I'm waiting on delivery. Whatever it is, it will have to wait. Leave me to my misery. The foreign can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under pressure? You know, Starship pilot that might speak with, truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been learning cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a voice and played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Leporius in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might offer some clue as well. Yeah, what about that chick that wanted... Yeah, her. No, not her. The other one. Yeah, her. Oh, her. What the fuck? I don't think she needs help, but you know. Oh, what a lovely idea. I too notice people come in rather tense, so I rush out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. I need to only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are. Damn. I mean, yeah, you're right. Yes you idiots. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me an alchemic I order without the bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember when I dropped my damn envelope, I doubt there'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved conflict. Yeah. He's a big meanie. Don't let him in. Ponderous? Ponder? He truly is pondering the ground. At its ground. Oh. Actually, it could be a hell. Ponder. Hmm? Consult collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips. Should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. No one here? Okay. Come on. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. This researcher already has the support she needs. Oh, that's good for her. Have you heard anything from what's on the moon? I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made of God knows what who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirurgians, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The brood from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Ha ha ha. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Peaceful one moment are the bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save for now. Fuck. $56 bunches of weeds on the ground, 56 bunches of weed. Group one out, add to them now, 55 bunches of weed in the ground. Eat. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, and then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk and then I noticed these weeds and pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. I'm glad all the elves and girls are into the little bunnies. Anyone up here? Lost assistance, where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not time for idle chit chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The reporters are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 2 dozen times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. There's no one hiding around here, is there? Alright, this is gonna be up. Never mind. A ventilating engineer. By the gods, my chest is tired. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, and the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Behold, through thine efforts thou have spread throughout the labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Lumine doth gather more Leproidus as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance to the skills that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attention, watch over them, I pray thee. Looping way.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge.
Yay!
When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Moonbreeder. Hey, speaking of Moonbreeder...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Urianger, don't back down now.
Yes, I am.
Here comes trouble.
Vilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Lavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
Oh.
I think
I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Holy shit. Urianger finally got the closure that he needed. That was so fucking good. Oh. Man. Why are you gonna do me like that, game? Fuck. Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink. When we have a moment to breathe, we're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Moonbreeder. I was so busy asking questions about theories that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? Goodness me. I've never felt like there was too little time before. There are so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I assure you that my fellow Leporidus are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. We spent so long gazing at the star, wandering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be part of their lives, to know that I've made a difference, so much more than I ever dreamed. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? The classical Rogan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why our name? Oh my god. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed aglow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my moon breeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Be sure that I am fine. I am. Well, glad to see them too. After so very long, I feel that it was all in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Just don't betray us. Like, just don't. A tail code will turn code us, and you know we'll be fine. No deceiving, no triple crossing. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to Leportus. Not disposed to the rest of the laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to the station. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alizé. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we know whose help she'd less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Fucking hell. Well, that was a cutscene. Pray, says Mistress Alizé, she hath taken up too great a burden, like as not. Livingway and I shall attend to the matters here. Oh. Fucking hell. You know, I should probably just buy, like, my level 90 gear. my level 90 crafting gear. Squeal, squeal. You? What are you doing out here? No, I don't mind. No, I don't mind if you help me with the boxes. That's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time's short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. The finish should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I guess I just follow the path, really. Unless the path have the goddamn fucking mobs. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. There's animals in these crates. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Thancred? Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we're tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out this is the base of operation of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Rather included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carry all that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished. Here, Paulden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least, considering where we are. We might even learn something interesting. Oh, here we go. We're here and then that... No. Oh, wait, what? Still be... Keep thinking I've seen him somewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. This must be Theopoldin. Well, it never ends, does it? So, what can I do for you? We bought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are fortunate children, are you not? Half an hour, Alice, at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it? What? We've been friends with your parents since our days at the stadium. I remember when you were ye-high, waddling hither and thither. It's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again. Wielding your father's mulets, no less. You knew your parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would be never willing to divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Wait right there. Right there. You'll find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alpha 9 Alice, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Are you not one of the Sons of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. We are. We're just waiting for our materials to come in. Leopold's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and we must be circumspect in all aspects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Shaolin has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie a pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient, I dare say you have talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We returned, with not a scrap of paperwork remaining in our persons, you would know. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out with your swaddling clothes, and there's quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we were asked to hear, not to reiterate. Ha ha ha. Of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Livia name garners much respect in Shaolin is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those that came aboard Nuncamp's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation, they were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been point of pride. This way, Kramp's pronouncement renounced the ways of war and pursued enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louiswell looked not to Kramp's words but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilization that led him to conclude that to ensure conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity. There ever will be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louiswell lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal. What the fuck? You alright there, game? just you wanna show me the wire framework as well? And please don't. And use every means of it at his disposal to bring out wait, hold on. You remember his words? Breathe. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louiswell lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need. Charlene or no? No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yeah, Fortunato could not reconcile Louiswell's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers. A philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over his contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. It is not always thus. Is it not always thus? God's known Fortunate's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since his first... not... The kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since his first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you'll agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insights. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Don't want to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to begin back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you bought make into the proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hides. We can speak again later. Ciao. Hail, you three. Wow. Actually, Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than a single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you. but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you? Can you spare the time? Of course. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Much as I'd like to press Thea Pulden for more revealing tidbits, we should begin back to our tasks. It's strange to hear Father spoke in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. In the event that Al, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the black sky and into my lap, Master Kukor wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer and anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Kukul's there it is. Kukul's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of the fire aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have buried the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Alright, let's go. Missing 2. Can I go downhill? This is illegal. It feels like it's like... Yeah, it's literally just... Yeah. Fuck now. Tick. The reactor's housed within this facility. I'll be on the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether upward. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I touch you put down any draw too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Like here, if you would. Oh. Did everything go smoothly out here? Yeah. I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be bedding properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been... Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alak, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Elegant's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalaman, of course being the most prominent. Those who would push further, expand Alak's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above. Perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much my same thought process. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know it. Not his memory, though. What drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? It may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like mine have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. You know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alak that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zande's return, Amon provided that languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indulgence. Or would have, had not Zande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desires for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived. He could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. The motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, and that much I do understand. Enough musings for now. Why don't we see how Karkul is getting on? Wait, what? No, I'm not falling for that. 180 miles. Or maybe. Okay, let's take a look. There it is. Alright, one more each and I can start flying. Oh shit, it's right there. What the fuck? Yo, let's go. I think I'm done except for the, yeah, the quest. Nice, cool. I did thoroughly brief Kirkle on refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out of Pradley on. I can feel those flames are blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you to do, for your lot to do. You do whatever. If she can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Bonds of adamant tagged. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do. Only I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want now. We share your impatience. I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist you in the meantime? I wish. This sin's about unbearable. Pity from the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I've mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. Return, there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlene Hamlet on.
All set, I take it?
Ishlot and Estinian.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle.
Yeah, what's up, Cryle?
Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Yeah, let's go.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a lot of adamantite. You can make so many Excaliburs and Ultima weapons out of that.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
Shut the fuck up.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Hell yeah. You're even Sky Pirates!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates. And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Hell yeah. Alright, good job, Emmeline.
So you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hell yeah. We're gonna get our Asian treasure.
And Soroban. We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help. To
Be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you.
Ooh.
And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Sunjika. He says a little advance warning would have...
I'm gonna take a while guessing those are like the actual relic weapons.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Oh my god.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
Hell yeah.
I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Yeah, so the big giant snake was Seiryu.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our Majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Is Makoto there? Did she come out?
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
And also, you know, if there is no world, there's
Since
no...
the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Oh, hell yeah.
We funded the venture? When?
Yep.
Don't
Kataro.
let anyone fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Kataro actually did something useful.
Investiture. A sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the founding of the Scions.
Livia's mother.
We even had coffers to fill.
Yep. What's up? Mummy!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? It would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
The one and the same. Just different races, fuck.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Oh yeah, Cryo actually did something as well.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners. spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh, thanks for that. Oh my god, little fucking Omega.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
He said.
And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon. Sid, you brought the team.
Yeah, the Ironworks.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
I was gonna say, oh my god, this guy's here.
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
Ooh.
As you like us not suspect,
Quarry boulder.
also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Yeah.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
Even the Gobbies helped.
The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
Alright.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavner, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse.
Yep.
As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
Okay, so that'll explain it.
Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
You agree?
Daya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat, Svelgre, however, responded favorably to
Yeah.
My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well.
Vitra.
Thus have
Thing.
I brought you his own worm skins.
Yep.
Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all."
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
The fucking voice.
6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent.
Oh!
Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
Oh, bruh, this guy. I love him.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Come on.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Sharlayan's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered
chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
A millions. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Hey, don't ruin the moment, Graha.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Oh no, am I... Hey guys, remember Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers? It's... Oh. Oh! Oh. Yeah. I don't know what to choose. Okay, let's go 3. Why not?
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I think I should have went to. That was a lot of pressure, I'm not gonna lie. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Aronville's involvement. It was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and oh my god, shut the fuck up. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners at hand, though it would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the harnessed delegation here otherwise. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders. But more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. Part of me might have been satisfied so long. A part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save the star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, we will fight for this world and ours until this world of ours until the very end. Cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. Lee sent her a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid the adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial. It was getting to the Dalamud Shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she will have few kind words to say about the Elegans when next we meet. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? We finally managed to clear the harbour, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hyland may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Foreign's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the adamantite have offered to stay and see that any remaining tasks need doing. The Foreign has already asked of my assistant in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Caroline. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. From here, we are to proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and most closely guarded secret, Formazine. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts. Once we delve to seek audience with the star, and once we shall embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Holy shit. Now that's a ship. Ew. I bid you welcome to Formazine. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. Damn! Clean! As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the bearer to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I've received word that Kokul and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Highland ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Alright, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Right back. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. It would seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wilson and Bovidar were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Elegants who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that the ship is nothing short of technological marvel in the precise vein, elegant salvage should suit it well. I doubt this is what Erenville meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city this entire time. We must learn of Highland's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Metian, and we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits within us. If meeting Highland proves difficult even for the Forum, then perhaps Oh, it is an uninformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. Think how many generations labored for this end, that we might aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Highland, no matter the cost. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the Aether Burner, and all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do rather than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Yes, sir. Her children, one and all. We make it for the live at the center of this chamber. Come. When Daddy Fortunal tells you to come. Fucking hell. Can we have this ship as a mount? Surely, I'm pretty sure I could fly here, but you know. Boy, here we go. Strap in, everyone. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. I doubt there is anything worth worrying over, not for Highland's champion at any rate. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. The means of communion with the heart of the star, disappointingly mechanical and designed. The Aether here is more brilliant than I've ever seen. Yeah, I bet. Should hope that Master Fortunal has more to share ere sending anyone stumble into the ethereal sea. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice that this was here. this doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous unless one is afraid of lifts. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. The heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in the Thamazine. So it is just anti-tower 2.0. No sooner did the forum decide to withdraw from Aeonsia than we began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal field than ever before, in search of Highland ever fainter echoes. The ITS scope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the ITS scope. And so I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor for your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. No, I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The RTS scope, our ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Though it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will call you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would appear that the best is one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk, or as there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Will we Cryo? Because everyone else has a trust except for Cryo. I have thought upon this much, and in truth I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drains me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the matter for Master Fortunat has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me in to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all, right? And even if we did, I expect you will hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on you all. There is one more thing. There is in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. It is embraced in memory, washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believed. Yet one of these memories, if you think that to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. So I do caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. The ITS scope is now accessible. Yeah, I would love to trust, but you know. But go on. Is anyone up? What time is it? Oh, it's only like 6 minutes to 2 in the morning. It's fine. Someone should be here. Oh. We just need a tank. Yeah, any tankers in chat? All right. The ITS scope.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me? Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Oh. Okay. Yep. So yep, you're just here. Okay, I legit was not expecting that. Okay, isn't that, Tsutsumari? Wasn't that the staff? Livia, oh my god. Oh, she's back. So we're gonna fight previous bosses in the new memory forms, essentially. Which one? Okay, that must have been a tank buster. Aether shot. Yeah, they just come back. I pressed the wrong button. My lord Gaius.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Okay. Whee!
It's too dense. I'm losing you.
Oh, that's Dul Hakan from Membrito. So we have the Tutsamati and Dul Hakan. That's pretty cool. Horshafon's Sword and Shield. Damage up, vulnerability down. I fucked. I'll take that. Alright, who's it this time? Oh shit! It's the Roganin guy. Okay, gotcha. Lord Van Belsa again. I fail you. Aww. But yeah, the little 58-man trial guy. Alright, here's this. Oh, okay. Infilia. Oh, so the entire time. I'm saving the final boss. This dungeon. Is this Van Daniel? Again? Yep. It's Amon. Sodded soul, Amon the Undying. Hey, we finally get to fight Amon. And not Fen Daniel, some fucked up version of. Sorry, I'm just ready whenever you are, guys. Ah, okay. What the fuck is that? Fucking hell, that was close. Dun, dun, dun. I was gonna say, where's the ice? Because we need ice to... Shiva! What are you doing here? Wait, that's not Shiva, that's, oh my god, I'm forgetting her fucking name. Ah, too late. Ysayle, that's her name. Oh wait, left. Oh, his left. Whoopsie daisies. Oh, that was close. But yeah, that was Ysayle saving us from Conan Cool. Anyone got anything to say? He's not calling Ysayle. Yeah, it was Ysayle. Some things can't be washed away since present. This is becoming tiresome. Life has struggled, but it's not worth. He's not gone. Such a strength of. Oh, Alphanor, I know how you feel, buddy. There seems to be nothing so far, which is fine. Yeah, Ysayle saved us from Kerncall.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes.
Okay.
Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. my soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth.
Oh?
I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all?
Well, tomorrow.
We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandaniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to metal, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune. that Arcee?
How very astute. But let me be clear. I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
Yeah, because your body got taken.
To be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus.
Jesus Christ.
Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Yeah, where's your hot sister? Where is she? Thanks, Minfilia. Man, I truly hope that was the last time we see fucking Asahi.
Hydaelyn is waiting.
Okay, I'm just going right ahead. There she is. She thick.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Oh. You look different.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come.
Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
Right.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. When all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approaches, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
Here we go.
Hark!
There's her blade.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
Hell yeah.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Do I get a one-liner?
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response. Warrior of light.
Yep.
Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Yep. The answer that got interrupted. The Mother Crystal now accessible. Ooh. During this quest, when using the trust system scenario mode, you have the opportunity to undertake you can do a trial with trusts? Oh my god, I'm actually gonna try. I mean, obviously 7 other people would be better, but I want to try this. But hold on, be right back for a moment. What's the, fuck it. There you go. Be right back. Alright, back. Alright, let's do this. I'm very curious if the Trust can even actually do this fight. Divine Light, Heidelin.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Willful, burning for battles, sustain most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live. Oh. Alright, let's do this, everyone. Oh fuck, no, Thancred's gonna get in the way. Oh well. Alright, let's go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
There is Radiance.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Okay, Allie.
By blade.
So that's a cross. Here, Sundering is a tank buster.
Where near or far.
You know. Oh no, that's a tank share. That's a tank buster that's shared.
By blade. Crystals of light. To me.
Crystal Blessings.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel me.
Did you just steal LB3? Did you just steal my... Bitch. Ow. I missed my... Yep. Oh. Well, that was fun.
At last, man has the strength to.
I hope that was fast so it ends, all in a day's work. Is that what he said? So it ends. I've never thought we'd end up finding Helen herself. It would appear we have. Okay. All in a day's work. A battle that would go down in history were anyone to. Yeah. If we could prove equal to chance to trust you're still in one piece. What about you? Got anything to say? No?
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Don't say you.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes?
Yes.
As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrong wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
What about my answer? Oh.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
And that's now the last ancient is gone. Tis fortune that fortuna hath kept living way apprised of our progress. We require fucking hell. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prior its more tangible results than I suspected, about ones that are not always so obvious to us. In which case we may hope that Hydaelyn's wishes continue to move the hearts of men as they set forth time and time again. Far be it from me to refute Hydaelyn's own words. Yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, we can yet give them a nobler meaning. To make her faith the salvation of mankind. She and Hydaelyn were two of a kind, weren't they? Full of love for the star and its people, always holding to hope for our future. A bit small for a welcoming party, but I've never been more proud. I'll keep Hydaelyn's words in my heart, as talisman and lodestone both. She has given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Leprotus at once, as not to go to waste. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went. We can neither see nor hear you. Fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteor if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. to the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you? Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse: the moon and Charlie and Zog. I'm all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Devoting oneself to Highland is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we will need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Holy shit. She's actually gone. She's actually gone, oh my god. What about my answer to her question? I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. Shall add it to our records.
There you are.
Athodeus?
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well. You too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Well, I'm gonna call it here, guys. I'm gonna need a moment to myself after what I've just experienced. So yeah, fucking hell. The stream has been a roller coaster and a half. Yeah. I'm off. Thank you everyone for watching, for listening. And next stream is probably me finishing up the MSQ, unless there's like a huge fucking chunk of like once we hit 90, which is a possibility. But yeah. But yeah. So yeah, thanks. And I'll see you next time. Goodbye everyone. Bye bye.